it a new flight plan? Oh, I didn't update it yet. We'll do it all. Why not?
Refueling truck is on its way. Boarding requested. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information, Papa. Auckland Airport information, Papa. 2019 Zulu. Wind 200 at 4. Visibility 10 miles or more. Ceiling 500 overcast. Temperature 18. Dew point 17. QNH1014. Landing and departing runway 23 left. Transition level 150. Read back all hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information, Papa.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck
Auckland
arrives
Airport
and
information,
ask to
Papa.
do it.
2019 Zulu.
Alright. Let's see here.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
69, level 380. One down, 0.02. 70.
New Zealand 1206. Ready to copy IF or clearance to Queenstown Airport.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland delivery. Expect runway 23 left, lever 2 Papa departure. Kapai transition, initial climb to 6,000 feet. Squawk 0252.
Lever 2 Papa departure, Kapai transition. Squawk 0252. New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, read back correct. Contact ground 121.9er when ready for push or start.
Sometimes the speech is not exactly fast.
Will contact ground 121.9er when ready for pushback or engine start. New Zealand 1206. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye, thanks.
New Zealand 191. Gate 17, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 191, Auckland ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face east.
Pushback approved. Face east. New Zealand 191.
Always is.
All aircraft be advised information Quebec now current. QNH101 tree.
New Zealand 191. Ready to taxi to the active.
New Zealand 191, runway 2 tree left taxi via Foxtrot, Kilo, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
Runway 2 tree left taxi via Foxtrot, Kilo, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 191.
Have to change runways. That runway's gonna work. Started loading yet? Yet not. recording or what?
Passengers boarding starting.
Finally.
New Zealand 065 Mike. At ramp 49er, request pushback and engine start. New Zealand 065 Mike. Auckland ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face south. Pushback and engine start approved. Face south. New Zealand 065 Mike.
As it should be.
New Zealand 191. Contact Auckland Tower 118.7. Have a good morning.
Over to Tower 118.7, New Zealand 191.
New Zealand 013 Mike. Ramp 45. Request pushback. New Zealand 013 Mike. Auckland ground. Pushback approved. Face east. Pushback and engine start approved. Face east. New Zealand 013 Mike. New Zealand 065 Mike. Ready to taxi to the active. New Zealand 065 Mike. Runway 23 left taxi via Charlie 5. Bravo. Bravo 1. Alpha 1. Runway 23 left taxi via Charlie 5. Bravo. Bravo 1. Alpha 1. New Zealand 065 Mike.
Somebody leaving?
Jetstar 295, Gate 21, request pushback and engine start.
Jetstar 295, Auckland ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face south, Jetstar 295.
New Zealand 013 Mike, request taxi to the active. New Zealand 013 Mike, runway 23 left taxi via Charlie 5, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1. Alright, we'll taxi to runway 23 left via Charlie 5, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 013 Mike.
New Zealand 990 Heavy, Gate 2, request pushback.
New Zealand 990 Heavy, Auckland ground, pushback approved. Face southwest.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest. New Zealand 990 Heavy. Jetstar 295, ready to taxi to the active.
Jetstar 295, runway 23 left taxi via Delta 1, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
Runway 23 left via Delta 1, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1, Jetstar 295.
New Zealand 013 Mike. Contact Auckland Tower 118.7, bye-bye. Contact Tower 118.7, New Zealand 013 Mike, bye-bye. New Zealand 065 Mike. Contact Auckland Tower 118.7. Contact Tower 118.7, New Zealand 065 Mike. Have a good morning.
New Zealand 129 Mike. At ramp 4 tree, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 129 Mike. Auckland ground. Pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face east. New Zealand 129 Mike. New Zealand 990 Heavy. Request taxi.
New Zealand 990 Heavy. Runway 23 left taxi via Juliet. Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
Runway 23 left via Juliet. Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 990 Heavy.
We are ready for pushback. Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Jetstar 295. Contact Auckland Tower 118.7. Have a good morning.
Oh, you have a good one.
Lock in gear.
Contact Tower 118.7, Jetstar 295. New Zealand 129 Mike. Request taxi.
New Zealand 129 Mike. Runway 23 left taxi via Bravo 4, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
Runway 23 left via Bravo 4, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 129 Mike.
Auckland ground.
New Zealand 1206, at gate 30, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland ground. Hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position for traffic, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland ground. Pushback approved. Face east.
Release parking brakes, please.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face east, New Zealand 1206.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
New Zealand 080 Lima. Ramp 39 a taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha, Bravo 4, Bravo.
Ramp Tree 9 a taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha, Bravo 4, Bravo, New Zealand 080 Lima.
How do the premium voices sound?
All aircraft be advised information Romeo now current QNH 101 tree.
Sounds pretty good.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, Gate 6, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, Auckland ground, pushback approved, face south.
Always is.
Pushback approved, face south, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine
New
start.
Zealand 129
Target to ground.
Mike, contact
We have
Auckland
a good
Tower
engine start.
118.7.
You may disconnect.
Over to Tower 118.7, New Zealand 129 Mike.
ATR.
New
Nice.
Zealand 283 Heavy Gate 3 taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha Kilo Bravo Delta 8.
Good God. What do we
Over
have
to
in
Gate 3, taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, Delta 8, New Zealand 283 Heavy.
Unlocking gear.
He went around me. Oh, nice. Here I'm taking off.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, request taxi to the active.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, runway 2 tree left taxi via Juliet, Bravo Bravo 1 Alpha 1.
Runway 23 left taxi via Juliet, Bravo Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
Won't let me. Well, I can't tell him I'm ready to taxi. That's a problem.
New Zealand 1206, radio check.
New Zealand 1206, readability 5.
New Zealand 1206, request taxi.
New Zealand 1206, runway 2 tree left taxi via Bravo Bravo 1 Alpha 1.
Runway 23 left via Bravo. Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 990 Heavy, contact Auckland Tower 118.7.
Contact Tower 118.7, New Zealand 990 Heavy. Bye-bye.
New Zealand 638, gate tree 1 taxi via Alpha 8 Alpha Bravo 5 Bravo.
Gate 31 taxi via Alpha 8 Alpha Bravo 5 Bravo, New Zealand 638.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, hold position for traffic, I'll call you back.
Hold position, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
New Zealand 946 Heavy, Gate 7, request pushback and engine start. New Zealand 946 Heavy, Auckland ground, pushback approved, face south. Pushback and engine start approved, face south New Zealand 946 Heavy.
New Zealand 413, gate 29er, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 413, Auckland ground, pushback and engine start approved, face east.
Pushback approved, face east, New Zealand 413.
Cabin is ready.
New Zealand 103 Heavy, Gate 8, request pushback and engine start. New Zealand 1206, contact Auckland Tower 118.7, bye-bye.
Contact Tower 118.7, New Zealand 1206. New Zealand 1206, ready for departure. Runway 23 left.
New Zealand 1206, number 2 for departure, hold short of 23 left.
Wilco, hold short of 23 left, New Zealand 1206.
American sounding guy working for Air New Zealand.
New Zealand 990 Heavy, Auckland Tower, wind 210 at 4, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff. New Zealand 990 Heavy.
New Zealand 129, Mike, contact Auckland departure 129.6.
Contact Auckland departure 129.6, New Zealand 129 Mike.
That looks like an 8.7. It's a gorgeous looking model. Yeet.
New Zealand 1206, runway 23 left, line up and wait.
Runway 23 left, line up and wait, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, ready to go, runway 23 left. New Zealand 121 Heavy, number 2 for departure, hold short of 23 left.
Affirmative. Hold short of 23 left for traffic. New Zealand 121 Heavy.
Auckland Tower, New Zealand 004 Mike, ILS runway 23 left.
New Zealand 004 Mike, Auckland Tower, continue.
Wilco, New Zealand 004 Mike.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland Tower, wind 210 at 4, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 990 Heavy, contact Auckland departure 129.6.
Contact Auckland departure. 129.6, New Zealand 990 heavy.
New Zealand 121 heavy, runway 23 left, line up and wait.
Runway 23 left, line up and wait. New Zealand 121 heavy.
Rotate. What's going on, dude? That's right here.
New Zealand 121 heavy, Auckland Tower, wind 210 at 4, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff. New Zealand 121 heavy.
I get departure.
New Zealand 1206, contact Auckland departure 129.6.
Contact Auckland departure 129.6, New Zealand 1206.
Ah, what a breakout.
Auckland departure, New Zealand. 1206, 3,000 feet.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland departure identified, climb to flight level 190.
Climb to flight level 190, New Zealand 1206.
Awesome hat, dude. Go Sox. Yeah, I like the Sox. They're my American League team. I'm a Braves fan. That's my main team.
Auckland departure, New Zealand 121 heavy. Good day, 600 feet.
I've lost a little bit of weight. I can actually wear some of this stuff again.
New Zealand 121, heavy Auckland departure identified, climb to flight level 180.
Climb to flight level 180, New Zealand 121 heavy.
Alright, on our way. How's your Saturday afternoon or evening going? Getting started a little late. I had to diagnose some audio issues that was really annoying the shit out of me for my streams. It seems I finally figured them out. I got this Red Sox jacket on. I got a Red Sox shirt on my hat. So, yeah. I also have the Fenway collection, the City Connection, the green shirt with the white green hat. I think they look amazing.
Auckland departure, New Zealand 413, 1,500 feet.
New Zealand 413, Auckland departure identified, climb to flight level 170.
Climb to flight level 170.
Very cloudy day here in the northern area of New Zealand. We're going to land in Queenstown, which is one of the coolest approaches I think I've flown on here a few times. I love the approach. It's gorgeous. Just kind of follow this ravine. It's really awesome looking. It's the first time I've used Beyond
Auckland
ATC
departure, New Zealand 946 heavy. Good day, 800
I've
feet.
used it a couple of times with 2020. Just, you know, when there's not much ATC on that bad side.
New Zealand 946 heavy, Auckland
like
departure identified, climb to flight level 180.
It's not terrible. It's a decent program.
Climb to flight level 180, New Zealand 946 heavy.
familiarizing myself with the WinWing MCDUs. A really cool piece of equipment here on the right camera stream. This thing is so cool. I love it. I had some issues with it the other day, though. I think they had an update. Hopefully it's hashed out. But for the most part, it was plug and play. I like that. Mini cockpit FCU. I'm seriously considering though selling this and getting the WinWing version of the FCU and also the defense. I think that's my next plan of attack. But I also want to get the FMC for the 777. That's another one of my purchases. I'm looking to try to
New Zealand 1206, contact New Zealand Centre 119er, decimal 2.
Contact New Zealand Center 119.2, New Zealand 1206.
Negative New Zealand Centre on 119.2.
Contact Unique New Zealand Center 119.2. Oh, it worked that time.
New Zealand Center, New Zealand 1206. Good day. Crossing flight level 175 for flight level 190.
Kind of worked. DJ! What's up, dude?
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre, radar contact, climb to flight level 380.
Climb to flight level 380. That worked. DJ, what's going on, my guy?
New Zealand 129, Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Airbox 2 Alpha, runway 07.
Expect Airbox 2 Alpha, runway 07, New Zealand 129, Mike.
Chillin', how you doing? Dude, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. Last weekend I was on a camping trip. I was gone Friday through Monday. Had a blast. Like legit camping. I mean, we had access to power and like a bathroom and a shower, but we were in a tent and it was cold as hell in the morning. It was down to like upper 30s, low 40s.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 413 through 1,200 feet for flight level 170 direct to pay.
It wasn't here today. It's actually kind of warmish, I think. Even though I'm dressed
New
up.
Zealand for 13, New Zealand Centre identified, climb to flight level 340.
Climb to flight level 340, New Zealand 413.
Where's the temperature? Phone work. It's 74 out here right now. We had some rain earlier. But it's supposed to get chilly here. Like the highs Monday, I think it's supposed to be like 52 and the low of like 32. So pretty much right at around freezing.
New Zealand 88 for Lima, New Zealand Centre, expect Battle 2 Alpha, runway 16.
Expect Battle 2 Alpha, runway 16, New Zealand 884 Lima. New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 121 Heavy, through 15,000 feet for flight level 180.
New Zealand 121 Heavy, New Zealand Centre identified, climb to flight level 360.
Climb to flight level 360, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
Oh, there's a plane in front of me. 5 or 6 miles. I don't see him.
New Zealand 129 Mike, Urbix 2 Alpha, runway 07, report ready for descent.
Urbix 2 Alpha, runway 07, ready for descent. New Zealand 129 Mike.
New Zealand 129 Mike, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 5,000 feet, New Zealand 129 Mike.
New Zealand 129, Mike, contact Christchurch information approach 123.8.
Contact Christchurch information approach 123.8, New Zealand 129 Mike.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 103 Heavy. Good day, leaving flight level 165 for flight level 180.
New Zealand 103 Heavy, New Zealand Centre, identified, climb to flight level 360.
Climb to flight level 360, New Zealand 103 Heavy.
New Zealand 534 Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left, report ready for descent.
Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left, ready for descent, New Zealand 534.
New Zealand 534, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Descend to 10,000 feet, New Zealand 534.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 187. Climbing 15,000 feet for flight level 160.
New Zealand 187, New Zealand Centre, radar contact, climb to flight level 320.
Climb to flight level 320, New Zealand 187.
New Zealand 980 Lima, New Zealand Centre, expect Pepe Tree Echo, runway 23 left.
Expect Pepe Tree Echo, runway 2, tree left, New Zealand 980 Lima.
Life Flight 03, New Zealand Centre, expect Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left.
Expect Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left, Life Flight 03.
New Zealand 338, New Zealand Centre, expect wards for Charlie, runway 34R.
Expect wards for Charlie, runway 34, New Zealand 338.
New Zealand 178 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect of Gov 2 Alpha, runway 25R.
Expect Avgov 2 Alpha, runway 25, New Zealand 178 Mike.
New Zealand 884 Lima, Bitil 2 Alpha, runway 16, report ready for descent.
Biddle 2 Alpha, runway 16, ready for descent, New Zealand 88 for Lima.
New Zealand 88 for Lima, descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend to 4,000 feet, New Zealand 88 for Lima.
New Zealand 338, wards for Charlie, runway 34 and report ready for descent.
Wards for Charlie, runway 34, ready for descent, New Zealand 338.
New Zealand 338, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend to 10,000 feet, New Zealand 338.
Sounds Air 316, New Zealand Centre, expect Simsy for Charlie, runway 34. Expect Simsy for Charlie, runway 34, sounds Air 316. New Zealand 78 Heavy, contact Auckland, approach 12 for decimal 3.
Contact Auckland, approach 12 for decimal 3, New Zealand 78 Heavy.
New Zealand 980 Lima, Petri Echo, runway 23 left, report ready for descent.
Petri Echo, runway 23 left, ready for descent, New Zealand 980 Lima.
New Zealand 980 Lima, descend to 14,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Descend to 14,000 feet, New Zealand 980 Lima.
New Zealand 90 Heavy, contact Auckland Oceanic Centre 120.1.
Centre on 120.1, New Zealand 90 Heavy, bye-bye.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 527, good day, through flight level 172 for flight level 180.
New Zealand 527, New Zealand Centre, radar contact, climb to flight level 360.
Climb to flight level 360, New Zealand 527.
New Zealand 036 Mike, flight present heading, climb to flight level 150.
Fly present heading, climb to flight level 150, New Zealand 036 Mike.
New Zealand 178, Mike, Avgov 2 Alpha, runway 25, report ready for descent.
Avgov 2 Alpha, runway 25, ready for descent, New Zealand 178 Mike.
New Zealand 178 Mike, descend to flight level 150.
Descend to flight level 150, New Zealand 178 Mike.
New Zealand 178 Mike, descend to flight level 070.
Descend to flight level 070, New Zealand 178 Mike.
New Zealand 013 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect radar vectors.
Expect radar vectors, New Zealand 013 Mike.
New Zealand 036 Mike, cleared direct Harbour, Risumo navigation.
Cleared direct Harbour, Risumo navigation, New Zealand 036 Mike.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 264 Mike, flight level 210.
New Zealand 264 Mike, New Zealand Centre, identified. Life flight 03, Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left, report ready for descent.
Davy 4 Echo, runway 23 left, ready for descent, life flight 03.
Life flight 03, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 10,000 feet, life flight 03.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 104 Mike, flight level 211. New Zealand 104 Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact. New Zealand 534, contact Auckland approach 124.3.
Contact Auckland approach 124.3, New Zealand 534.
We'll land, unload, turn the plane, and we'll go back to Auckland.
New Zealand 88 for Lima, contact Napier traffic approach 118.1.
Contact Napier traffic. Approach 118.1, New Zealand 88 for Lima.
How much is Beyond ATC? It's like a monthly service. So you can buy it.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 193 Lima, flight level 2 for 5.
Let me bring it up.
New Zealand 193 Lima, New Zealand Centre, radar contact, continue descent to flight level 2 for 0. Continue descent to flight level 2 for 0, New Zealand 193 Lima.
So you can get the base package, which is $30. It's a one-time purchase, gives you lifetime access to the product. Gives you core features, future updates, 50,000 premium characters, unlimited basic voices, unlimited push-to-talk. If you want to get show your support to the ATC team, you can get the supporter package, which really doesn't have that much more. It's basically, you just want to give them extra money. Gives you exclusive, you have access to their Discord lounge, access to experimental, I guess, builds, everything in the base package. But where they get you is...
Sounds Air 316, contact Wellington approach 122.3.
So, the
contact
audio.
Wellington approach 122.3, Sounds Air 316.
Audio, which is you get pretty authentic sound. I mean, it sounds pretty legit. The problem with that is you have
New Zealand 338, contact Wellington approach 122.3.
And once those characters are
Contact Wellington approach 122.3, New Zealand 338.
Premium, which is $10. You get 250,000.
New Zealand 013, Mike, radar vectors,
every letter
report ready for
is a
descent.
character. So
radar vectors ready for descent. New Zealand 013.
It will drop
Mike.
each time. And we're drop quickly.
New Zealand 013, Mike, Napier landing runway 25.
Napier, landing runway 25,
So
New Zealand
this says it'll give you around
013,
15
Mike.
to 30 flights with the controller on premium, ideal for occasional flights. If you really want to go even higher than that, you can buy the top-up premium big pack, which is $30. That has 750,000 premium.
New Zealand Centre, Jetstar 283, passing 14,100 feet for flight level 170.
For users who want the best immersion. So here's the thing, when those characters run out, it
Jetstar
will go
283,
back to
New Zealand
basic
Centre, good day,
audio.
radar contact, climb to
Which is
flight
not
level
terrible.
340.
I mean, it sounds okay.
Climb to flight level 340, Jetstar 283.
It just won't be, you know, as it just won't. It's I mean, I can show you the difference right now. So do the basic for traffic and the regular voice. See that changes.
New Zealand 1206, radio check.
New Zealand 013 Mike, descend to flight level 120.
Descend to flight level 120, New Zealand 013 Mike.
Terrible. It sounds fine.
New Zealand 178 Mike, contact Christchurch information approach 125.1.
Contact Christchurch information approach
But
125.1,
it doesn't
New
get,
Zealand
like-
178 Mike.
It doesn't give, like, again, it sounds like the same voice for multiple aircraft. That's what it sounds like. And same voice for probably different controllers.
New Zealand 1206, readability 5.
So I'm switching back to the premium one. So, yeah. Again, the longer the flight, the more the more characters you're going to use. Again, every letter is a character.
New Zealand 191, contact Auckland Oceanic Centre 120.5.
So it just depends on what you want to use it
Contact
for.
Auckland
If you wanna
Oceanic
have
Centre
premium and wanna support
120.5,
and pay
New
more,
Zealand
you can do
191.
premium characters and spend a lot of money. I think I bought the supporter pack. I'm not really using all the features of the supporter. I mean, this is only like the third flight I've done on this service, and this is my first on Microsoft 2024. I remember when the last time I used this service I was going into JFK, and
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 772, Mike, flight level 190.
Approach, and I'm literally flying over the airport. You know, JFK, you pretty much fly right over the airport, and then you turn.
New Zealand 772, Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
You kind of have to take it for what it's worth. But when you don't have any, there's no ATC right now in New Zealand, and I guess I could use it to kind of get familiar with some of the procedures over there, and other places like Europe and stuff like that. Because I've never done BATSAT other than the United States or Canada. Eventually, I want to do some more European flying and stuff like that. I think it's about 11 p.m. over there right now.
New Zealand 820 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Yogurt Tree Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Yogurt Tree Alpha, runway 18 left, New Zealand 820 Mike.
So we'll land at Queenstown. We'll
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand
taxi the gate.
788,
We'll offload,
Mike, flight level
reload, and
190.
go back to Auckland.
New Zealand 788 Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
Ugh. I mean, it does have traffic, other planes. You can turn those off. You know, you can have it turned down to where there's not a lot. But I think it's pretty. When this first came out, you didn't have any traffic.
New Zealand 980 Lima, descend to 9,000
So,
feet,
you know,
QNH
they're coming
1014.
along with it.
Descend to 9,000 feet, QNH
Like I said, if there's no ATC and I just kind of
1014,
want
New
to have
Zealand
a chill flight
980
and don't
Lima.
really have to talk. Like, I can
New Zealand
repeat
Centre,
stuff,
New Zealand 806,
but
Mike, good
sometimes
day.
it,
Flight level
you know,
190.
doesn't entirely get what you say correctly.
New Zealand 806, Mike, New Zealand Centre identified.
Like I've heard multiple different pilot voices. Do you have New Zealand sceneries? Yes, I do. I have Auckland, I have Queenstown, I have Christchurch. For 2020, I have a New Zealand mesh that has like, but I don't think it carried over to 2024. But yes, I do. I do. Pretty much when I'm flying in the airports, I probably have scenery for it. And that's probably why I haven't done a lot of flights in Europe. I do have London Heathrow. I have Oslo. I'm going to start probably getting more European airports and mess around with that. I think I also have Brisbane and Sydney in Australia. I think I have both of those as well. Which I've done a departure out of Brisbane. It's been a hot minute, but I did Brisbane to Auckland. I didn't realize how long the flight was. 3-hour flight.
New Zealand 980 Lima, contact Auckland approach 124.3.
Contact Auckland approach 124.3, New Zealand 980 Lima.
It was a poor runway. Nope.
New Zealand 013, Mike, contact Napier traffic approach 118.1.
Contact Napier traffic approach 118.1, New Zealand 013, Mike.
This is one of the coolest approaches.
New Zealand 820 Mike, Yoga Tree Alpha, runway 18 left, report ready for descent.
And yeah, it's a really
Yoga Tree Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent. New Zealand 820 Mike.
New Zealand 820 Mike, descend to 8,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 8,000 feet, New Zealand 820 Mike.
Really cool approach. I was watching a documentary the other day about New Zealand. Apparently they're having a population kind of crisis where a lot of people are starting to move away from it. I mean, you know, the country is beautiful and everything, but the problem is the cost of living is so high, and wages are
New
low.
Zealand 060 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect
That
Pepper Tree Echo, runway
people
23 left.
Who do the same job in New Zealand, say like a teacher.
Expect Pepe Tree
Go to
Echo,
Australia,
runway 23
make
left,
more
New
and pay
Zealand
less.
060 Mike.
Sad, although it's kind of depressing. I'd love to visit New Zealand one day.
206, request approach change.
New Zealand 1206, you've not yet started your descent. Unable.
What a runway
New
change.
Zealand 1206, request runway change.
New Zealand 1206, you've not yet been assigned an arrival runway. We'll come back with a descent clearance closer to your top of descent.
So
New
no.
Zealand 318 Lima, New Zealand Centre, expect Simsy for Charlie, runway 34 SAR.
Expect Simsy for Charlie, runway 34 New Zealand 318 Lima.
Okay. He told me.
New Zealand 318 Lima, descend to flight level 100.
Descend to flight level 100 New Zealand 318 Lima.
I think when we land, to get on the ground, in between that, I'll probably grab a little snack, a little dinner as the plane is getting turned, and we'll head back to Auckland. Cat is busy.
New Zealand 036 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Pepper Tree Echo, runway 23 left.
Expect Peppy Tree Echo, runway 23 left, New Zealand 036 Mike.
Those premium characters drop so fast.
Life Flight 03, contact Auckland approach 12 for decimal 3.
Contact Auckland approach 124.3, life flight 03.
Life Flight 03.
New Zealand 318 Lima, contact Wellington approach 122.3.
Contact Wellington approach 122.3 New Zealand 318 Lima.
New Zealand 060 Mike, Peppy Tree Echo, runway 23 left, report ready for descent.
Peppy Tree Echo, runway 23 left, ready for descent. New Zealand 060 Mike.
New Zealand 060 Mike, descend to 1,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 14,000 feet. New Zealand 060 Mike.
Call one, flight level 100, and then the other one was 14,000. I said that. Interesting.
New Zealand 036 Mike, Pepe Tree Echo, runway 23 left, report ready for descent.
No.
Pepe Tree Echo, runway 23 left, ready for descent. New Zealand 036 Mike.
New Zealand 036 Mike, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 9,000 feet, New Zealand 036 Mike.
New Zealand for 13, New Zealand Centre, expect to Papa Tree Charlie, runway 34.
Expect Papa Tree Charlie, runway 34, New Zealand 413.
New Zealand 820 Mike, contact Christchurch, information approach 125.3.
Contact Christchurch information approach 125.3, New Zealand 820 Mike.
New Zealand 104 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Pepe Tree Echo, runway 23 left. Expect Pepe Tree Echo, runway 23 left, New Zealand 10 for Mike. New Zealand 121 Heavy, contact Auckland Oceanic Centre 120.5.
Contact Auckland Oceanic Centre 120.5, New Zealand 121 Heavy.
New Zealand 065 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Kapua 2 Alpha, runway 02.
Expect Kapua 2 Alpha, runway 02, New Zealand 065 Mike.
New Zealand 26 for Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Oropi 2 Alpha, runway 07.
Expect Oropi 2 Alpha, runway 07, New Zealand 264 Mike.
Zealand for 13 to Papa Tree Charlie, runway 348, report ready for descent.
Papa Tree Charlie, runway 34, ready for descent. New Zealand 413.
New Zealand 413, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, New Zealand 413.
New Zealand 065, Mike, Papua 2 Alpha, runway 02, report ready for descent.
Papua 2 Alpha, runway 02, ready for descent. New Zealand 065, Mike.
New Zealand 065, Mike, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, New Zealand 065, Mike.
New Zealand 1206, contact New Zealand Centre 120.9er.
Center on 120.9er, New Zealand 1206. New Zealand Center, New Zealand 1206, flight level 380.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
Alright, how far into the set? 30 minutes out.
New Zealand 614, contact New Zealand Centre, 119.2, have a good day.
Contact New Zealand Centre 119.2, New Zealand 614.
Oops. This side of the island's pretty quiet.
New Zealand 1206, contact New Zealand Centre 129 decimal tree.
Contact New Zealand Center 129 decimal 3. New Zealand Center, New Zealand 1206, flight level 380.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre identified.
80 miles from top of drop.
response, Sierra Zulu. Contact New Zealand Centre 120.9. Have a good day.
Contact New Zealand Center 120.9ers, Kansas Sierra Zulu.
Miles, top a drop.
Hello everybody, welcome back to NASCAR.
Alright, 30 miles, stop and drop.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Center. Expect up down for Alpha, runway 05.
Expect Boobdam 4 Alpha, runway 05, New Zealand 1206.
Skioj Oscar Juliet. Contact New Zealand Center 120.9er.
Center on 120.9er, ZKOJ Oscar Juliet.
New Zealand 1206, up down for Alpha, runway 05. Report ready for descent.
Boobdam 4 Alpha, runway 05, ready for descent, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, descend to flight level 180.
Descend to flight level 180, New Zealand 1206.
cool does that look? Any exciting new planes coming out soon? Not that I'm aware of. I know the A340 is out on the marketplace, but I'm not going to get it. If it gets into the indie build store, I might look into it, but I don't care for the A340 that much. But other than that, there's really, the only thing I'm really waiting for is in the PMDG to bring the 737 over to Microsoft 2024. Pretty much all I'm waiting for after that. And then the TFDI MD-11, I think, works with 2024. Even though it's a 2020 aircraft. That's really all that I'm looking forward to now. I mean, once those main aircraft transfer over, I'm probably going to end up deleting 2020 aircraft. Right now, the only reason I still have it is to fly the PMD-737. I haven't flown one of those in a really long time. Use the 7.3 on 24, but you have to start on the runway, back out of the gate, and back out, and then start it. Yeah, I don't want to go through all that. It's kind of annoying. I'm surprised they haven't fully ported over yet anyway, like, where there's no problem with it. I mean, since I got this MCDU, I'm be doing a lot more Airbus than I used to ever do. Actually, I can't get rid of 2020 because I don't think the VA I'm part of, the FedEx VA, I don't think our ACAR system works with 2024. When that happens, yeah, so I'm probably gonna have to stick around and at least keep 777 on there, at least to maintain my flights with that. I've been flying the A350 a lot. It's a solid. Yeah, it's a solid. Yeah, it's a great plane. I haven't flown it on here. I think the first stream I did in 2024 was with the A350. What did I do? Atlanta to Boston or something like that. Or Boston to Atlanta. So. What did I do? Seattle. Honestly, I don't remember. No, that's an awesome plane. I personally really, I think the A350 is one of the coolest looking planes. And that's coming from a guy who has always been a Boeing guy. I love the 777s, the 74s, 75s, 76s. I love all those planes. But yeah, since the A350, I think always, I love that sloped wing, curved wing. Yeah. The airport is actually over here. The airport, I believe, is in this valley. We'll track, we'll come in, we'll circle around, and then we'll come in through basically this fjord right here. It's kind of like we'll kind of hook left and back to the right and around, and then I'm pretty sure the airport is in this valley over here at about our 10 o'clock. huge fan of the all-black Air New Zealand livery, by the way. I really do enjoy 2024. I'm glad I've started using it. It took me about a year to finally kind of fully commit to it, but I do play games. Only can play the 350. There's not a lot of good liveries yet. Yeah, I've got the Delta LA-28 livery, which looks fantastic. I think I have British Airways, I have Air France. That's pretty much all I got.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 193 Lima, descending via LDAC 2 Juliet, flight level 104.
New Zealand 193. Lima, New Zealand Centre, identified. New Zealand 1206, descend to 15,000 feet, QNH 1010.
Descend to 15,000 feet, QNH 1010, New Zealand 1206.
The airport is pretty much dead ahead of us. Yeah, it's in this valley. Can't really see it really well, but yeah, it's in that valley somewhere.
New Zealand 1206. Contact Queenstown, approach 122, decimal 905.
Contact Queenstown approach 122 decimal 905, New Zealand 1206. Queenstown approach, New Zealand 1206, flight level 174 with the numbers.
New Zealand 1206 Queenstown approach, QNH 1010. Expect the RNAV Yankee runway 05 with the Ibabu transition.
QNH 1010. Expect the RNAV Yankee runway 05 with the Ibabu transition, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, descend to 10,000 feet.
Descend to 10,000 feet. New Zealand 1206. What am I gonna take? Nope. Oh, it's okay. I don't think there's a big difference between the Zulu and the Yankee. There's like no difference. I'm just gonna stick with it. I'm not gonna change it. Airport right there. Small ass airport. They actually do not have jetways. They have one single jetway.
New Zealand 1206 cleared direct to Barbu. Cross Ibabu at or above 10,000 feet. Cleared RNAV Yankee runway 05.
Cleared direct Ibabu. Cross Ibabu at or above 10,000 feet. Cleared RNAV Yankee runway 05, New Zealand 1206.
Right in this little gap right here. I did this approach one time when it had low clouds and it looked really cool.
New Zealand 1206 established on final approach.
New Zealand 1206, affirmative.
Right down here, we're gonna make a little turn and we'll turn to the left and turn back to the right. Such a cool little approach.
1206. Contact Queenstown Tower 118.1.
Contact Tower 118.1, New Zealand 1206. Queenstown Tower, New Zealand 1206, RNAV Yankee runway 05.
New Zealand 1206, Queenstown Tower, wind tree 15 at 2, runway 05 cleared to land.
Runway 05 cleared to land. New Zealand 1206.
Flaps full.
Retard. Traffic.
That was nice. Get down here and we'll turn around and back taxi.
New Zealand 1206, exit right at Alpha.
Yeah, I can't exit right at Alpha.
Exit right at Alpha, New Zealand 1206.
You crazy, right? I got a back taxi, bro.
Jetstar 278 at ramp 4. Request pushback and engine start.
Jetstar 278, Queenstown Tower, pushback approved, face northeast.
Pushback approved, face northeast, Jetstar 278.
Yeah, I can't actually take that taxiway, I'm too big.
All aircraft be advised information. Oscar now current QNH 1010.
I was wondering if it was going to make me try to take Alpha, which obviously I can't. Too small.
Jetstar 278, request taxi to the active.
Jetstar 278, runway 05 taxi via Alpha Tree.
Runway 05 taxi via Alpha Tree, Jetstar 278. Jetstar 278, holding short, runway 05.
Jetstar 278, backtrack runway 05. Call when ready for departure.
Backtrack runway 05, call when ready. Jetstar 278.
New Zealand 1206, request taxi to allocated gate.
New Zealand 1206, ramp 2 taxi via Alpha 4.
Ramp 2 via Alpha 4, New Zealand 1206.
Oh no. So he gave him the back taxi, but I didn't get the back taxi. We didn't even go all the way.
Jetstar 278, ready for departure, runway 05.
Jetstar 278, Queenstown Tower, wind tree 15 at 2, fly heading 280, runway 05, cleared for takeoff.
Fly heading 280, runway 05, cleared for takeoff, Jetstar 278.
The boarding requested.
Alright, we made it.
Jetstar 278, contact Queenstown departure 125.75.
Contact Queenstown departure 125.75, Jetstar 278.
Passengers bus is coming.
Ground power connected. Alright, what was the landing rate? 230, not bad.
Passengers deboarding started.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a snack and then we'll get ready to start the second leg.
Passengers bus is coming. Passengers deboarding starting.
Looks like we're offloaded. That didn't take as long as I thought. All right. Change my flight number. We'll do 719. Actually, it's not that matter because it's just going to call us say 719. 1206. All right, NZQN, NZAA. Aircraft, we are at A320. Kilograms. Parting, runway says 23. Did they flip the
New Zealand 1206, wind check.
Wind tree 15 at 2.
I'm gonna put 05. 0105 right, fuel planning, 30 minutes reserve. It's not valid for that, right? That one's not valid for that. Or anything is valid for 5?
All aircraft be advised information Papa now current. QN H1009.
Data says. It is really quiet. Oh, that's Auckland, no wonder. It's amazing I even still picked it up. Hey Luke, what's going on?
Contact, you have information, Papa? Queenstown Airport information, Papa, 22 for 9 Zulu, wind tree 05 at tree, visibility 10 miles or more, few clouds at 10,000, temperature 16, dew point 07, QNH 1009, landing runway 05, tree 2, departing runway 05, transition level 150, advise on initial contact you have information, Papa.
Alright.
Queenstown Airport information.
The real question is, will it give me what I want? Oh, I'm doing all right. Do I have to restart this? Out of it and then I guess restart it because I don't know if you can just
Beyond ATC connected.
New Zealand 1206 looking to pick up our clearance to Auckland.
New Zealand 1206 Queenstown delivery, expect runway 23. Climb 7,000 feet on runway centerline, then expect radar vectors Savla, squawk for tree 4 tree.
Expect runway 23. Climb 7,000 feet on runway centerline, then expect radar vector Savla. Squawk for 3. New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, read back correct. Contact tower 118.1 when ready for pushback or engine start.
Tower 118.1 when ready. New Zealand 1206. Bye-bye.
Is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
So, we gotta change all that. So I'm expecting 2-3.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity. Passengers bus is coming.
Can I hit? That's on 12 years.
Passengers boarding starting.
Queenstown Tower, Jetstar 1223, on nav Yankee runway 23.
Jetstar 1223, Queenstown Tower, wind 305 at 3, runway 23 cleared to land.
Runway 23 cleared to land, Jetstar 1223.
Yeah, where the hell is he gonna land? Oh, I didn't get my squawk code. 1343. Cargo yet, which is
Passengers bus is coming. Passengers boarding starting.
ought to be interesting. We do a flaps 2 departure. Oh, it says it works. We'll do that then. This is not unheard of. Flaps 2 departure.
Jetstar 1223. Exit next available taxiway.
Yeah, where the hell is it going to park? I don't think there's any toga required. Where'd he go? Where'd homeboy go? Oh, we're probably almost ready to go.
New Zealand 64 for Mike, ramp 1, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 644 Mike, Queenstown Tower, pushback approved, face northeast.
Pushing the ATR.
Pushback approved, face northeast, New Zealand 644 Mike.
Was the ATR. Try to get in the air and then we'll eat the rest of our food.
New Zealand 64 for Mike, request taxi.
New Zealand 644 Mike, runway 23 taxi via Bravo, Charlie Alpha, hold short runway 32.
Runway 23 taxi via Bravo, Charlie Alpha, hold short, runway 32, New Zealand 644 Mike.
How's he going?
New Zealand 644 Mike, cross runway 32 at Charlie. Continue taxi via Bravo, Charlie Alpha.
Cross runway 32 at Charlie, continue taxi via Bravo, Charlie Alpha, New Zealand 644 Mike.
I guess he's not wide enough to run take that. I'd have to back taxi. Oh, wrong button.
Departure checks complete. Bypass pin inserted. Locking in.
New Zealand 1206, ramp 2, request pushback and engine start.
New Zealand 1206, Queenstown Tower. Pushback approved. Face northeast.
Pushback approved. Face northeast, New Zealand 1206.
Release parking brakes.
New Zealand 644 Mike, ready for departure, runway 23.
All engines clear. Start
New
at
Zealand
will.
644 Mike, Queenstown Tower, wind 305 at 3, fly heading 210, runway 23, cleared for takeoff.
Fly heading 210, runway 23, cleared for takeoff, New Zealand 644 Mike.
I don't see him down there. Oh, no, I don't.
All aircraft be advised information, Mike now current, QNH 1009er.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground.
New Zealand
We have a good
644
engine
Mike,
start.
contact
You can
Queenstown
disconnect.
departure 125.75.
Contact Queenstown departure 125.75, New Zealand 644 Mike.
Oh, ATR getting out of here.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
New Zealand 1206, ready to taxi to the active.
New Zealand 1206, runway 23 taxi via Bravo, Charlie. Hold short, runway 32.
I can't do
All right,
that.
we'll taxi to runway 23 via Bravo, Charlie. Hold short. Runway 32, New Zealand 1206.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to do that.
New Zealand 1206, ready for departure, runway 23.
New Zealand 1206 Queenstown Tower, wind 345 at 2, fly heading 230, runway 23, cleared for takeoff.
Fly heading 230, runway 23, cleared for takeoff, New Zealand 1206.
How about a back taxi? How about a back taxi? Crap, I forgot to set up
New Zealand 1206, contact Queenstown departure 125.75.
Contact Queenstown departure 125.75, New Zealand 1206. Queenstown departure, New Zealand 1206, 2,300 feet.
New Zealand 1206, Queenstown departure, good day, identified, climb to flight level 180.
Climb to flight level 180, New Zealand 1206.
Terrain ahead.
New Zealand 1206, turn right heading 005. Expect further clearance in about 31 miles.
Pull up.
Terrain ahead.
Yeah, I can't make
Terrain ahead.
Turn right, heading 005, New Zealand 1206.
Terrain ahead.
New Zealand 644 Mike, contact New Zealand Centre 129.3.
Terrain ahead.
Centre on 129.3, New Zealand 644 Mike, have a good day.
Terrain ahead. New Zealand 1206, turn right, heading 080.
Turn right, heading 080, New Zealand 1206.
Takeoff felt slightly more spicy than it really should have been.
New Zealand 1206, turn left heading 005.
Turn left, heading 005, New Zealand 1206.
And on top of the clouds.
New Zealand 1206, contact New Zealand Centre 129.3.
Center on 129.3, New Zealand 1206. New Zealand Center, New Zealand 1206 through flight level 158 for flight level 180.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre, identified climb to flight level tree 70.
Climb to flight level 370, New Zealand 1206. New Zealand 1206, request direct to fix.
New Zealand 1206, you're currently being vectored, unable direct at this time. New Zealand 1206, cleared direct Savla, resume navigation.
Cleared direct Savla. Resume own navigation, New Zealand 1206.
Down, I guess. straight into into a mountain. What's the meal? What's the food of choice? In-flight meal? This is dinner time. This is like a little ramen dish my fiance made the other night. It's got like ground turkey, red pepper, onions, stuff like that. Dinner time, bro. 6:20. Starving. Been taking this weight loss drug for about 3 weeks now, and I'm down about 8 pounds. Curbs my appetite, so I'm not as hungry as often. Down to like 251. I was 258 a couple weeks ago. Trying to lose a little bit of weight. I'd like to lose about 35, maybe 40 pounds. The question is, if I do it for, I got a wedding coming up in a few months, and I got to get fitted for a, suit and everything, so I can't lose too much weight. And I like to lose as much as I can before I guess I get fitted. Also doesn't make you as hungry, and it fills you up a little easier. So that's what's going on with that. I think I'm done with this. I'm not going to eat it all. Lid's still downstairs though. I'll be right back.
New Zealand Centre, Jetstar 292, passing 14,000 feet for flight level 170.
Jetstar 292, New Zealand Centre, good day identified, climb to flight level 350.
Climb to flight level 350, Jetstar 292.
Full so much faster on that stuff. I didn't even feel like I ate that much. First I wolfed it down with a piece of sweet potato pie while I was downstairs in the kitchen. Almost at cruising altitude, 37,000 feet. We are 59 minutes from estimated time en route. Give it a few extra minutes on top of that. This will be the final leg of the evening. I need to brave and start doing more European flights like all that. I don't know why it makes me nervous jumping on in there though. Probably because I'm just not used to it. I need to one day just jump into it and do it. There's a decent amount of ATC in the United States tonight. Good. last night I had to, I think I told you I do broadcasting on the side, like, for my old high school. And we had an absolutely insane game last night. Just crazy.
New Zealand 1206, contact New Zealand Centre 120.9er.
Contact New Zealand Center 120.9er, New Zealand 1206.
So, we're
New Zealand Center,
broadcasting
New
last
Zealand
night.
1206, flight level 370.
And, let's see, it was 10-7.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
The team I broadcast for, it was 10. We were leading 10-7 in the fourth quarter with like 4.5 minutes left. And the final was 24-21 us. So 4 touchdowns total by both teams in the last 4.5 minutes of game time. It was insane. And it was just one of the craziest games I've ever got to broadcast. It looks like, you know, we're up two possessions, thinking, okay, we should easily be able to win this, and then next, you know, we're down after a miracle touchdown by the other team. Guys jumped for it, to knock it down. It deflected right to a wide receiver who was like a couple yards away, and he took it in for the touchdown. We were all just like stunned. And that was like a minute and a half left, and then we got the ensuing kickoff, ran a play, gained like 20 yards, then got a 15-yard penalty on top of it. So, you know, it put us down after one play at the opponent's 31, and then we threw a touchdown pass. It was like 2 plays, and then now we're back out in front with like 58 seconds left. It was remarkable. It was crazy. I might be able to play a little bit of it. I don't know if I'll be able to hear it, that's the problem. Thanks to staff, and he's got all kinds of hear this in the background. Season of 30, 40, 50-yard return. Devin, and now on top of the play. Ball is marked right now at the Wildcat 47. The last 5 penalties against Lexington have been 15-yard varieties. That's their 6th penalty of the night for 90 yards. That is unofficial. I'm kind of going off of my this was my own game-winning touchdown I was about to Patriots first down to Lexington 31 in striking distance. 1:13 left. Adamski now backing at quarterback. Sets up a screen pass, complete to Warthrin. 25 to the 20. Cuts back to the 15 to the 10 to the 5. He's in for the 6. Touchdown, Patriots! Unbelievable! Both teams trading blows, and the Patriots hopefully with the knockout. That was fun. That was fun. Good time last night. Yeah. 48 minutes. Okay. Trucking right along.
206. Contact New Zealand Centre, 119.2. Bye-bye.
Center on 119.2, New Zealand 1206. New Zealand Center, New Zealand 1206, flight level 370.
New Zealand 1206, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
ETA 43 minutes out to Auckland. Second and final leg. Ah, damn it. Oh, ow. It hurts. Stupid.
Air 221, leave locker heading 270, expect radar vectors for Vaudemy runway 06.
Leave locker heading 270, expect radar vectors for Vaudemy runway 06, sounds air 221.
Sound air? Sound air 221. Sound air 221.
Sounds Air 221, turn right, heading 265, vectors for the approach.
Turn right, heading 265, Sounds Air 221.
308 Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect Simsy 4 Charlie, runway 34 say.
Expect Simsy for Charlie, runway 34 New Zealand 308 Lima.
New Zealand 768 Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23.
Expect Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23, New Zealand 768 Lima.
New Zealand 192 Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect Wards 4 Charlie, runway 34.
Expect Wards 4 Charlie, runway 34, New Zealand 192 Lima.
ZKPL Papa Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23.
Expect Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23, Zakapo Papa Lima.
New Zealand 284 Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect Rulsey 1 Bravo, runway 32.
Expect Rulsey 1 Bravo, runway 32, New Zealand 284 Lima.
Zika Papa Victor Alpha, turn right heading 045, climb to flight level 100.
Turn right heading 045, climb to flight level 100, ZQ Bay Victor Alpha.
New Zealand 773 Mike, turn right heading 040.
Turn right, heading 040. New Zealand 773 Mike.
ZKM to M Whiskey Mike, turn right heading 055, climb to 3,500 feet, QNH 1012.
Turn right, heading 055, climb to 3,500 feet, QNH 1012, ZKM Whiskey Mike.
New Zealand 749 Mike, contact New Zealand Centre, 120.9er, have a good day. Centre on 120.9er, New Zealand 749 Mike, have a good day. New Zealand 768 Lima, Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23, report ready for descent.
Delta Tree Bravo, runway 23, ready for descent, New Zealand 768 Lima.
New Zealand 768 Lima, descend to 2,500 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend to 2,500 feet, New Zealand 768 Lima.
New Zealand 308 Lima, contact Wellington approach 122.3.
Contact Wellington approach 122.3, New Zealand 308 Lima.
New Zealand 192 Lima, Wards 4 Charlie, runway 340, report ready for descent.
Wards for Charlie, runway 34, ready for descent. New Zealand 192 Lima.
New Zealand 192 Lima, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend to 10,000 feet, New Zealand 192 Lima.
New Zealand 284 Lima, Rulsey 1 Bravo, runway 32. Report ready for descent.
Rulsey 1 Bravo, runway 32, ready for descent. New Zealand 28 for Lima.
New Zealand 284 Lima, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1011.
Descend to 9,000 feet, New Zealand 28 for Lima.
The KDPL Papa Lima, contact Christchurch Information Approach 129.8.
Contact Christchurch Information Approach 129.8, Z Capital Papa Lima.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 260 Lima, flight level 250.
New Zealand 260 Lima, New Zealand Centre identified.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 177 Mike, flight level 200.
New Zealand 177 Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact. Sounds Air 221, turn left, heading 220.
Turn left, heading 220, sounds Air 221.
Sounds Air.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 804 Mike, flight level 190.
New Zealand 804 Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact. Sounds Air 221, 3 miles from CD06, turn left, heading 125, maintain 3,600 feet until established. Cleared board me runway 06.
Turn left, heading 125, 3,600 feet until established. Cleared Vaudemay runway 06, sounds Air 221.
New Zealand 284 Lima, descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1011.
Descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1011, New Zealand 284 Lima.
Sounds Air 221, contact Woodbourne Tower 122.8, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Contact Tower 122.8, sounds Air 221.
New Zealand 192 Lima, contact Wellington approach 122.3.
Contact Wellington approach 122.3, New Zealand 192 Lima.
New Zealand 284 Lima, contact Christchurch Information Approach 125.6.
Contact Christchurch Information Approach 125.6, New Zealand 28 for Lima.
New Zealand 768 Lima, contact Christchurch Information Approach 129.8.
Contact Christchurch Information Approach 129.8, New Zealand 768, Lima.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 371, Mike, flight level 183.
New Zealand 371 Mike, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 177 Lima, flight level 220.
New Zealand 177 Lima, New Zealand Centre, radar contact.
Radar contact.
New Zealand Centre, Jetstar 292, flight level 3 for Niner.
Massey 093, turn right, heading 035, climb to 3,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Turn right, heading 035, climb to 3,000 feet, QNH 1013, Massey 093.
Jetstar 292, New Zealand Centre, radar contact. 2, turn right, heading 045, climb to 4,800 feet.
Turn right, heading 045, climb to 4,800 feet, College 92.
Calgary Golf Alpha, turn right, heading 220, climb to 3,300 feet, QNH 1014.
Turn right, heading 220, climb to 3,300 feet, QNH 1014, Calgary Golf Alpha.
Skeppy Foxtrot India, flight present heading, climb to 3,800 feet, QNH 1013. Expect further clearance in about 1500 miles.
Expect further clearance in 1500
Fly present
miles.
heading. Climb to 3,800 feet. QNH 1013, Zakipi Foxtrot, India.
That's kind of what the hell?
New Zealand 1206, approaching our top of descent, ready for descent.
New Zealand 1206, day before Echo, runway 23 left, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Day before Echo, runway 23 left, descend to 10,000 feet, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand for 24, flight level 314.
New Zealand 424, New Zealand Centre, good day, identified, continue descent to flight level 310.
Continue descent to flight level 310, New Zealand for 24.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 225, Lima, flight level 136.
New Zealand 225 Lima, New Zealand Centre, good day, radar contact, continue descent to flight level 120.
Continue descent to flight level 120, New Zealand 225 Lima.
Zach Fever Victor Alpha, New Zealand Centre, expect dog at 4 Alpha, runway 34A.
Expect Dogad for Alpha, runway 34, Zec Victor Alpha.
Descent in Auckland.
Yankee Kilo Echo, turn right, heading 315, climb to flight level 090.
Call sign's hilarious.
Turn right, heading 315, climb to flight level 090.
Really funny call
Echo.
signs.
Skika Kilo Echo, New Zealand Centre, expect late at 7 Alpha, runway 34A.
Expect Lady 7 Alpha, runway 34 is Kilo Echo.
Zero, Kilo, Echo, Kilo, Echo, Kilo, Echo. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say.
Skiffy Foxtrot India. Contact Auckland Oceanic Centre 120.1.
Center on 120.1, Zakifi Foxtrot India. Bye-bye.
New Zealand 625, Mike New Zealand Centre. Expect upvest 1 Bravo, runway 20.
Expect upvest 1 Bravo, runway 20, New Zealand 625 Mike.
Massey 093, New Zealand Centre. Expect kicker 2 Bravo, runway 36 right.
Expect kicker 2 Bravo, runway 36 right, Massey 093.
New Zealand 765 Lima, New Zealand Centre. Expect upvest 1 Bravo, runway 20.
Expect upvest 1 Bravo, runway 20, New Zealand 765 Lima.
New Zealand 225 Lima, Apo Tree Alpha, runway 23 left. Report ready for descent.
Apavo Tree Alpha, runway 23 left, ready for descent, New Zealand 225 Lima.
New Zealand 225 Lima, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend to 9,000 feet, New Zealand 225 Lima.
New Zealand 628 Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect Beaver 1 Bravo, runway 36 right.
Expect Beaver 1 Bravo, runway 36 right, New Zealand 628 Mike.
New Zealand 260 Lima, New Zealand Centre, expect RLP 2 Alpha, runway 07.
Expect RLP 2 Alpha, runway 07, New Zealand 260 Lima. New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 089. Mike, good day, through 7,300 feet for 10,000 feet.
Say Cam to M Whiskey Mike, New Zealand Centre, expect radar vectors, RNAV Bravo.
Expect radar vectors, RNAV Bravo, ZKMWM Whiskey Mike.
Yeah, these call signs.
New Zealand 089 Mike, New Zealand Centre, identified, climb to flight level 200.
Climb to flight level 200, New Zealand 089 Mike.
New Zealand 225 Lima, contact Auckland approach 124.3.
Contact Auckland, approach 124.3, New Zealand 225 Lima.
New Zealand Centre, Massey 128, 2,400 feet.
Massey 128, New Zealand Centre identified.
New Zealand Centre, New Zealand 169 Lima through 7,200 feet for 10,000 feet.
New Zealand 169 Lima, New Zealand Centre identified, climb to flight level 200.
Climb to flight level 200, New Zealand 169 Lima.
New Zealand 628 Mike, Beaver 1 Bravo, runway 36 right. Report ready for descent.
Beaver 1 Bravo, runway 36 right, ready for descent, New Zealand 628 Mike.
New Zealand 628 Mike, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Descend to 3,000 feet, New Zealand 628 Mike.
New Zealand 628 Mike, contact Christchurch Information Approach 125.3.
Contact Christchurch Information Approach 125.3, New Zealand 628 Mike.
New Zealand 1206, contact Auckland, approach 124.3.
Contact Auckland approach 124.3.
Auckland approach, New Zealand 1206, 12,800 feet with the numbers.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland approach, QNH 1012. Expect the RNAV Sierra runway 23 left with the Zorba transition.
QNH 1012. Expect the RNAV Sierra runway 23 left with the Zorba transition, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1012, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206, cleared direct Zorba. Cross Zorba at or above 6,000 feet, cleared RNAV Sierra runway 23 left.
Cleared direct Zorba, cross Zorba at or above 6,000 feet, cleared RNAV Sierra runway 23 left, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 1206. Contact Auckland Tower 118.7. Have a good day.
Contact Tower 118.7, New Zealand 1206. Auckland Tower, New Zealand 1206, RNAV Sierra runway 23 left.
New Zealand 1206, Auckland Tower, wind 230 at 6, runway 23 left, cleared to land.
Runway 23 left, cleared to land. New Zealand 1206.
Here he's already given me clear to land right here, but you know, on the RNAV, I guess.
All aircraft be advised information Lima now current, QNH 1012.
I made it back just in time for the landing. Yeah, you did.
200. 400.
Gusty ass winds.
300. 200. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Money.
New Zealand 1206, exit right at Alpha 8.
Exit right at Alpha 8, New Zealand 1206.
Auckland Tower, New Zealand 225, Lima, ILS runway 23 left.
New Zealand 225 Lima, Auckland Tower, continue.
Wilco, New Zealand 225, Lima.
Chatham 712, ready for departure, runway 23 left.
New Zealand 1206, contact ground 121.9er.
Ground 121.9er, New Zealand 1206.
New Zealand 675, request taxi to the active.
New Zealand 675, runway 23 left taxi via Bravo. Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
Runway 2, tree left taxi via Bravo. Bravo 1, Alpha 1, New Zealand 675.
New Zealand 1206, request taxi to company gate.
New Zealand 1206, gate 24 taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha Bravo 6, Delta 1.
Gate 24 via Alpha 8, Alpha Bravo 6, Delta 1, New Zealand 1206.
Singapore over there too. That's kind of cool. That's nice. It integrates that automatically. Alpha 8 Alpha, Bravo 6.
New Zealand 675, contact Auckland Tower 118, decimal 7.
Over to Tower 118, decimal 7, New Zealand 675.
Stand 24. here. That's because I throttled, and I was like, why am I going so fast? It's not working for some reason. Seems to be a little short, but okay.
The boarding requested.
Gate gonna come all the way over here?
New Zealand 225 Lima, ramp for 2 taxi via Alpha 8, Alpha Bravo 4 Bravo.
Ramp for 2 via Alpha 8, Alpha Bravo 4 Bravo, New Zealand 225 Lima.
Alright, apparently we can't deboard right here because they gave me a gate without the whatevs. Yeah, I guess just use the emergency sign. Yeah, why not? What is a heavy? No, it's not a heavy gate. It's raising that one over here. Give me the one gate I can't do anything with. All good, I guess. Well, that was fun. Beyond ATC was a lot of fun. Worked pretty good for the most part. What was the landing rate? 131, so that's pretty good. I'll take that all day. Alright, I gotta go. Beyonce will be here any minute and spend some time with her. DJ, I hope you have a good rest of your night, man. And I'll catch you later. I might do something tomorrow, but I doubt it. If not, I don't know what I'm doing. My schedule is kind of a little late. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. So we'll see. I'll catch you later, and y'all have a good night. See ya.